Okay, hello everyone. I wonder why the timer isn't working. Let me check Pixel Chat real quick. Thank you for the lurk, Sakyu. I don't know why it's not working. Strange. Maybe if I refresh the overlay. Okay, now it's working. Alright. So today we're gonna play the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection again. We are on the second game. Prosecutor's Gambit. Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. An airplane. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western skies, bringing a message of peace. It's making its final approach and lands right on Gourd Lake. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhengfa. Welcome, Mr. President. And now, sir, your audience awaits. Imagine the president is murdered. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation, thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country. No! You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. To die! We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. No. Come on, we're not... The president didn't get murdered. Call the prosecutor's office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. If anyone can solve this, he can. Aw, looking spiffy, Edgeworth. March 25th, 2:46 p.m. Ward Lake, spectator area. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of the nation's president. Oh my god, they really did try and shoot the president! That's so funny! We're starting off really high right now. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Who's Mr. Edgeworth! Thank goodness you're here, sir.
This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How is the president, detective?
We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago.
I see. I hope he's alright. Then I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead.
Right away, sir! Hey, I said hey! Yeah, you, Ruffles!
Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe with me. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't be like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me!
I'm giving her my bad southern accent. Now, detective, I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me.
Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Jinfa.
Li Junwang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now.
It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily it let up and he went on stage as planned. And then, smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gun goes off and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Oh, apparently.
Apparently?
Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir.
You were summoned on short notice as well?
Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off.
I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case.
And then the boss himself called you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Miss Edgeworth?
The boss?
Yeah, chief prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Give me Edgeworth right away! He's the only man for the job!" Something like that.
I see.
Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know.
So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere? Good.
Now, all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd before they strike again.
You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics.
Insert every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem.
Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Alright. Duly noted. Detective Gumshoe. How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized?
Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions?
If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press A.
Can I help you?
You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security detail was arranged during the speech?
Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd and we would have spotted it right away.
I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to the information once you got a hold of it?
Bystanders, with a terrible accent too. This one seems persistent and annoying, but I can't afford to get distracted.
Hey Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it. What happens next?
Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections. Right, sir?
Detective! Don't be so hard on the poor guy. So connections, you say? And what next?
Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master.
I can view what information I have with LB and then connect them with Y. I should try it now. Just a quick press of LB and we'll be off down the path of logic. security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated.
That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh?
Thank you for redeeming, Jazz.
Jazz Adele Games just
My mouth is
redeemed
so
hydrate.
dry today.
Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Begin investigation. Gourd Lake, Lakeside State.
Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious.
To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press A. And if I wish to speak with the detective, I should use Y. Is the president okay?
We're not at liberty to share that information with local law enforcement. What did you just say to him? You let us on that plane, pal. You might just regret it. Sorry, I can't let you do that. No one respects the badge anymore.
I suppose this is something of an international incident. All the more reason to find the killer as soon as we possibly can. No!
I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it.
It's a Steel Samurai! The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone.
Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president.
It is a little odd. Although, now that I think about it, what better heroes to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. There's nothing of interest here. These flowers are in full bloom. They look exotic, but I don't know the species.
My favorite flowers are maybe roses? Yeah, roses and lilies. Roses make me think of weddings. The romance. And lilies, well, that's funerals, I guess. Sad, but part of life, you know?
It's no coincidence that both types of occasions tend to feature a free buffet, I imagine.
Come on, sir! That's not fair!
It's the flag of Zhengfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this?
Something the matter, sir?
You don't see it, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will.
Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate.
Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think?
Right. Of course, is it, I give up. Come on, spill the beans.
Sigh. You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference. Why?
Take that!
Closely. Do you see the hole?
Whoa, look at that! You're right, sir!
And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it.
A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through this flag?
Oh my god, I accidentally clicked this thing again. Okay, there.
Breaks your heart, don't it?
It does. What villainy could have befallen him?
Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off.
Which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon.
Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands.
This is sacrilege! I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended, because he's such a big Steel Samurai fan. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape.
We won't, sir. You can count on it.
I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet, too.
Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir?
Possibly even 3. The president was shot as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullets. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Investigation complete. Alright, on with the Raffles! Raffles! Y'all figure something out, huh? Care to share? What exactly is she? And why does she keep shouting at us?
Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case.
Come on! Give me something here. We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything. There y'all are! Tabby Lloyd at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but... Looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to ask. Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perf? Have they made any demands? What about their swaffles? Where does a fellow buy a cravat like that? Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Dang. And here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me about how many gunshots you heard? Why, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon? I can't just be hitting out leads for free. That's just my livelihood.
Oh, come on. Don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes.
Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye.
Wait!
Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone.
Sigh. We're fresh out of moves here.
Out of moves, huh? I wouldn't be so sure.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others.
Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head.
No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Now, we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken, but I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated, if you're fixing to ask me something, will you dang well ask it already? I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Mind chess. Commence. What is it that you do? Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about? Shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. Bide my time. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you got no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it will be once I bag my first big scoop. I see, it's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Dang! Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. You got more questions, you gotta give me some first. That's the deal. I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you. I don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tack. At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little old Tabby something first? Absolutely not. Then I ain't giving you nothing, neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me. You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Can't you report on a big speech? Why not reporting on a shooting? And you won't get more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation next. Time to deploy my clue. Hey, partner! This ain't no time for the silence to me, you hear? I'm a busy woman. Means I misjudged that one. It's more effective to bide my time the more agitated or upset my opponent seems. And when they're vulnerable, that's the time to go on a verbal offensive. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours? Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Tagged me and wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person to ask me. I'm not just anyone, young lady. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me. You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? Ain't nothing personal. I understand that your job is a difficult one. You do? Well, ain't that sweet? And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. Nah, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape. Ah! Dang it! This is my scoop you messing with. My big break. Fine, sure. I recorded the whole darn thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay? Checkmate. Mind chess checkmate. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine, he could hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2 and be mentor to a rising star, aka me.
Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parrot? That's a big responsibility, sir.
And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give his star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse, and I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story is yours until the case is solved. And the job of chief number 2? I think not. Gah! You're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape. We're Kashak
Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more.
The president's speech.
Kashak?
The president passionately addresses the assembled crowd as they're trying to shake off the reports of his decline in popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. Can't be a little live commentary to set the scene. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatakarasu situation behind him. As well he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whose voices are these? Oh, there was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this.
Kashak?
The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice.
What the? Ah!
Jerk, hiss. Only 2 gunshots. Interesting.
So, 2 shots were fired. Yep, and that tells us something? Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, 1 hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which the bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is...
Take that!
Here. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This is where our shooter was standing. You sure about that, Ruffles?
Watch your mouth, kid. Mr. Edward's power of deduction never fails. He takes the evidence, puts it together, uses his logic, and bam! Out comes the truth. Every time. Can't wait to hear the logic behind this one. Well, sir, how'd you do it? Sir?
One moment. Yes, It's alright, Ruffles. We all make mistakes. Nerk? I picked the wrong spot. 2 bullets were fired. We know that for a fact. If we draw a straight line on the path of each bullet, our 2 lines should converge on a single point. The point where our culprit was standing.
Take that!
Oh, I did it wrong again.
Take that!
Okay, it wasn't that either. Okay, here. Here.
Take that!
Not there either.
Take that!
Okay, it wasn't there either. How am I stuck already?
don't know.
Take that!
Okay.
Take that!
Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets. And places our shooter on the left side of the spectator area.
You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth. You and that walkthrough of yours.
Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area.
Roger that, sir. So, you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess?
I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it.
Yes, sir!
Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief. I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd? I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push him wherever you like. A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business, I am nobody's chief. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, your wish my command. I somehow doubt that.
Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you.
Miss Lloyd
Here cleared out everybody just like that. You should have seen it.
you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief that is, he sends them running twice as quick. He sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't you be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam. No more dirt. On the outside, perhaps, but you still have something of a problem with the inside.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Oh, look, it's Winston Payne. Begin investigation. Hey, Winston, how you doing? Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Who is he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth, Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself. His voice. I recognize it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon. So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up? Rude. This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently.
What's it say? 50 yards to Gordy Museum. And 70 yards to the... Oh, never mind.
What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you?
70 yards to the boathouse.
It feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. Fond memories, detective.
Oh yeah, fond memories, sir.
We're examining the signpost. I got an achievement for that. You haven't got to pick through the trash yourself. A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir.
The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished.
Let's see now. Time to pop a little treasure.
Is he enjoying himself?
Bingo, a popsicle stick. Gotta love the jokes they put on these.
Detective!
Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? I think we got something.
Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details.
We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir.
We can rotate the item with right stick.
If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too.
I can use LB to examine an object up close and RB to move out for the bigger picture.
And when you spot something, just say the word.
I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press A to inspect them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. There's a gun! This is a document of some kind.
What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan?
Lead Rook, second night. Presidential security plan, March 24th. Less cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty. We know who might be in the audience.
It's a diagram of the President's security arrangements.
It shows how the President's bodyguards were positioned.
It even has people's names on it. Rook and Knight.
So his bodyguards aren't natives of Jaffa. I heard he uses some private security firm. But why not employ people from his own country? I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little Tabby Lloyd exclusive? You really know something? Sure I do. I was over at that embassy not too long ago sniffing out a story. But on there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head. Including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life.
But what was it doing dumped there in that bag?
You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified.
Huh? Hey, there's something else in here.
What? My.
What's a gun doing in there? Sir, this bag. It's gotta belong to the...
Yes, it could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional?
That would explain the security plan too.
I think we need to take a very close look at our latest finds. This part is called the grip. I've held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording.
That proves it! This must be the weapon that was used.
This is a laser sight.
It can be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yep, definitely a red laser.
Did the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president?
That bag was a real find, huh? This goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash.
Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints.
On it, sir.
A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along.
Got the results for you, sir. That was quick. You bet it was. Full detective was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty.
And they checked everywhere?
Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them.
I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. You're with one of the news channels?
Yep. Can I help you?
You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look?
Wish I could help you, but... that might be a little tricky. And why is that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic. Now I can't get it to work.
That footage would have helped immensely.
Gah, just for a look.
Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice.
Do I know that voice?
Oh, it's Kay! Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds, but don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only Kay Faraday!
Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that.
So you're not a great thief anymore? Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being a Sekiya Takarasu doesn't come easy. Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working a case. The case of the Takarasu, a mysterious thief who seems to appear and disappear at will, and who claims only to steal the truth. She calls herself the Sekiya Takarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose she didn't mention being fond of such things. And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys. And now I don't have to.
Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever.
Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. It's okay. Are you really here to save the day? Yep. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you now?
Then you'd better show them to me. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's the girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? This prosecutor's hair is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. But I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lord, ace reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time You two can chat later. Hey, can I see those pictures? Boo! Pine! Here. I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos. People running around everywhere. The president and his 2 bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue. Hoo-wee! Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Miss Edgeworth, can I tell the readers what you've spotted? A contradiction. Huh? A what now? I don't see nothing strange. Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, to find the contradiction in the photograph. Yes, this is it. I'll simply press Y to make my deduction. Now to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. There's clearly a contradiction here.
If you say so, sir. I can't see anything myself.
You don't see it? Something so obvious? That's a contradiction in itself.
Mr. Edgeworth, you know if you made a mistake, you can just tell me, don't you?
A mistake? I have done no such thing. And I'll prove it to you. I've already located what's contradictory between this photograph and the evidence. Okay, maybe it's the plan?
Eureka!
Okay, what's that either? How about this?
Eureka!
Maybe it's the recording?
Eureka!
Aw, man, I got it wrong again? What the fuck? Look at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kate's photograph. Compare the two carefully. Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be. Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture.
What is that? Some kind of birthmark?
Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. I haven't got a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken.
Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe?
Yeah, that's it. That right there is a big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. The look on your face.
You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details.
Ooh, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you like my big entrance? That I really am your hero now, huh?
Well, your evidence helped things along, certainly.
Hey, I'm the Sakiya Takadatsu, remember? All in a day's work. I wish I could have showed you how far I've really come with the whole great feat thing, though.
The training you mentioned? About that.
Don't worry, I haven't stolen anything yet. I promise. So the whole great thief thing is just on hold. For now, anyway.
That's a relief, I suppose.
Yeah, I wanted to get out there and start stealing back the truth like my dad. But I've still got a ways to go with my training. And I need to find some partners in crime.
I hope she means that figuratively.
I can't be the only girl in the world looking to pull off the most daring heist ever attempted.
True, but not many people are looking to pull off a career in larceny either, I'd wager.
Yep, no doubt about it. If you compare the pic I took to the newspaper clipping, the red birthmark stands out like a sore thumb. That's a contradiction, alright.
Indeed, though I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing.
Oh, that reminds me. I might have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial thefts.
Funny, I don't remember that being the exact sequence of words I used.
Why just rob a house when you can rearrange the furniture, too?
You may call it rearranging, but I call it irretrievably corrupting.
You say you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material for an article of some kind? You bet I did! It ain't the kind of thing that happens every day.
And when did the ceremony begin?
Right after the rain stopped. We got lucky. It was raining all morning before that. Anyhow, the president's plane touched down right around 1:45. And the speech started at 2 on the nose.
What about the shooting?
Must have been maybe 20 after.
So 20 minutes after the ceremony began?
Yeah! Shots rang out, tearing through the air that only moments before had been alive with cheers. Then tragedy. The president dropped to the floor, felled by an unknown assassin's bullet. It's 2:25 p.m. on March 25th, and I've been reporting to you live from the scene here at Gourd Lake.
What's that all about?
Sorry, just making some voice notes. Gotta get those ideas down the second they come into the old noggin, you know? And every day you get to report on the assassination of a president after all. It's dramatic. It's emotional. It's got everything I need to write an article that puts the readers right there on the scene.
Did the president really drop to the floor? Officers on the scene said his bodyguards escorted him straight onto the presidential plane.
Hey, y'all can't blame me for getting a little carried away now, can ya?
I better take any testimony she gives with a good-sized pinch of salt.
Stop it! Call me a reporter and all that. It's kind of weird when somebody else says it. Still, Tabby Lloyd, reporter at large. Does have kind of a ring to it, don't it? Don't you think?
But you are a reporter, correct?
Sure I am. A reporter in training.
What, have you even had any articles published?
Fixing to look up my work, huh? Well, that might be tricky. And yet, you call yourself a reporter nonetheless? Well, I soon will be, won't I? This right here is a big old scoop, no mistake about it. And I got the whole thing on tape. Didn't miss a second. It's all thanks to my trusty mic and my even trustier tape machine. I'm about to set the journalistic world on fire, just like my mentor before me. You know the Chief Ruffles? My mentor, my inspiration?
No, but you have mentioned her repeatedly.
Did I? Can't rightly say I remember.
What kind of reporter forgets a thing like that?
Well, it's just like the chief always says. You gotta treat information as irresponsibly as you can. And what kind of mentor says that? Oh, you should have heard her the day she gave me this here tape machine. You be sure to bag yourself the juiciest, sleaziest scoop you can now, you hear? Wonderful. So you're the kind of reporter who sees fire even under even the faintest trace of smoke. Now, I'm the kind of reporter who puffs on the fire till the smoke about chokes you. I'm having a hard time talking because my mouth is so dry. How is that any better? Hey, I've heard about these. How come it ain't stuck to your jacket or whatever? Because that's not the custom. It is too. All lawyers wear them. I done seen it. So, what's the story with yours? No comments. Guess these legal eagles gotta make themselves feel superior to us regular folks somehow. I would like it to be on the record that I made no such comment.
Yes, sir? All these flashing lights and clicking cameras, why do they need pictures of the crowd anyway? Stupid nosy news towns.
Well, it is a rather newsworthy event, Detective. Don't let them get to you.
But they're taking your pictures, sir, and mine. I never signed away my image rights, and neither did you. Wait there, I'll be right back.
He ran out before I could stop him. Now he's looking for whoever photographed him, and annoying everybody else in the process. Will he ever stop finding new ways to surprise me?
You know you can check the information you've gathered by pressing LB, right? But let's say you've forgotten my first name. You can look that up in your organizer.
What exactly are you insinuating, Detective? I know your first name perfectly well.
If you say so, sir, just remember that all the evidence you gather is in your organizer, okay? Including stuff like people's names and backgrounds, even mine.
I suppose I should take a look later with RB.
Evidence is no good just sitting in your pocket, sir. You gotta use it.
By presenting it to people and seeing what they have to say, yes. I am well aware of that, Detective.
Sure, but you gotta look it over, too. The devil's in the details, as they say. Prod it, poke it, look it up, look it down. Heck, even lick it if it helps. Do whatever it takes. Smash it to pieces and put it all under a microscope if you have to.
I admire your spirit, Detective, but I'll stop short of the destruction of evidence if it's all the same to you.
Just my little joke, sir. Guess I got a little carried away.
Exactly my worry. If I ever met a man who would pulverize a piece of evidence, it's you.
Good one, Miss Edgeworth. I think. You weren't showing me that for a reason, were you? Wouldn't know the first thing about it.
And yet, that doesn't seem to bother you at all.
I can't keep up with the Steel Samurai. All the spin-offs, the different versions.
Detective, this balloon is clearly based on the original first-generation Steel Samurai. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with the show should know that.
Not me, sir. Sorry. They all got 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
As do all human beings, Detective.
Yeah, but humans don't have silver skin.
He is clearly not a man of culture.
I love that. I love that he's a Steel Samurai fan.
I have solved the mystery of the red birthmark.
Really? So it wasn't a bug bite?
No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight.
Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead?
And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out.
Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch.
Indeed. I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. And that the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime.
Why would the perp use a laser sight, though?
He's right. You'd stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew pew pew! It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter.
Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
Oh, I almost forgot! I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures. Yes, sir! Right away, sir! Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. It might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's... What's this? I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid.
And that's all for them. Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from before the shooting. Yeah, it's right here. There, I see it.
What is it, sir?
Look closely at the person with the red hood. Wow, there it is. Indeed, that's our laser sight right there.
So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be...
The shooter, yes. We found them, and all thanks to yours truly. Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Teeth, the truth. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Let's take another look. Our red-hooded suspect could be in another of these photographs from during the shooting. Is the person with the red hood here somewhere? No. After the shooting. Look, right there! A red jacket. That must be our suspect.
Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway.
Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed. Ah! The samurai dog stand! Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe!
On it, sir. This area clear.
Good, I'm counting on you. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let us continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got 150, you know. You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job. I didn't mean to. That is like, maybe when we're done?
Fine. When we have finished investigating, you can have one. And only one, understood?
Sorry, sir, I never should have... Wait, did you say I could have one?
Yes. Why, is something the matter?
No, it's just... I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir.
It says samurai dogs, now with Sakura relish. Just in time for spring.
Sakura, huh? What does that taste like?
Well, Sakura is a cherry blossom, so I guess maybe cherries?
But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things.
But you're right, I suppose.
So what does Sakura really taste like? This is my kind of mystery.
The puddle reflects the clear blue sky. All that remains of the rain.
You're a regular poet, sir.
Very funny, detective. How would you describe it then?
Let's see, a pool of water left behind after a heavy downpour. The Feels like I get left behind after a really heavy dose of Mr. Edwards' logic.
I would say don't give up on your day job, but it seems that you don't even have that down, detective.
What's this? A red button. Hey, do you think
could it have been dropped by our red-headed hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please?
There's something down here, alright. Let's see.
A red raincoat. This must be the one the suspect was wearing. They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape. The sleeve, it's inside out. The button is missing too. There's nothing unusual about the left sleeve.
Nope, it's not inside out, and the button's still attached.
It seems entirely too neat to have been removed in a hurry and thrown on the ground. There are toy rifles lined up along the counter. 1 minute till ad starts.
Ooh, a rifle range! I'm good at these, sir. A regular sharpshooter.
I thought you said you hated guns.
Oh, I don't hate them. I just don't really like them.
Isn't that basically the same thing? The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off.
Huh. The right sleeve's inside out, too.
It seems it was removed in a hurry, fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting the president. They then slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so I realized that the mic offset set at 0 wasn't right anymore. So I set it back to 2000. And I'll be checking to make sure that it's correct. The killer would have needed to get rid of the code as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. Okay, let me check to see how the audio's doing now. Okay, it's not right anymore. Stopwatch. Okay, let me try. Minute and a half, maybe? I mean, second and a half. I'm troubleshooting this live. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Okay, let me check this time again. That's not right either. I don't know what's going on. Yep, that and the missing button. I don't know what's going on. $2,000 again. It was working before I started streaming. I checked the audio offset and it was fine, but now it isn't. The question, of course, is why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Maybe if I set it to 250, 2500, I mean.
Oops, I accidentally opened up VLC. It takes a while for it to open. Still waiting for it to open so I can close it. Okay, let me try this again. Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out. What is happening? I don't know what to do with the audio. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. Okay, let me try this again. So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? My God, this is ridiculous.
I don't know what to do with this. I don't know how to fix this. If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. I don't know what to do. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. This is a blood stain. And considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury? Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm. Huh? How do we know that? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Okay, I'm muting the audio again. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, I have the game audio muted. The suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. I don't know how to fix this. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. I don't know what's happening. I just give up on this stream? I don't want to give up on the stream. Wait. Figured it out. I think I got it. Now, detective, there is a blood stain on the left side lining of the raincoat because... I fixed it! Okay. Embarrassing. I was accidentally offsetting the game audio instead of the mic. The mic is at 2000 ms now. Can finally get back into the actual stream. Ugh. I might cut all of that out of the VOD once it's up.
Because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve.
Precisely. Or at least we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Investigation complete. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects.
Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms. Coming right up.
You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in the crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. March 25th, 3:27 p.m.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir.
Way to nab the assassin, Gummy. Hold on, Kay. It's a little too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood? Okay, no jumping.
But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth.
I know this dude. Was he in Apollo Justice? He is an assassin. No umbrella and a bandage on his left arm.
Well, pal, state your name already.
Doe.
John Doe. Charms, I'm sure.
John Doe? Not a name you often hear in real life.
That's correct.
I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it.
And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth.
You know my name?
Of course. I have been following the day's developments with some interest. Now perhaps you care to explain why you've asked to speak with me?
As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance?
Forgive me, I am afraid I do not.
I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking.
My. Well, isn't that just shocking?
And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you.
All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair.
The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next?
A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words.
Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks his upcoming battle will entail? No, let's not go there. Detective Gumshoe, if you've quite finished leaking my professional strategies to the press.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thanks a bunch, you big old grouch. As if it would have done any harm. Doe's deposition.
I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured, as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required.
So you contend that you are now wearing a raincoat, is that correct?
It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one, after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella.
Team raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue.
So you see, I am not your would-be killer.
And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe.
Please, I am just a simple ice cream Oh my. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement.
The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. Rebuttal.
I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you.
Hold it!
So you admit that whoever wore the raincoat is a person of interest?
I know they are. I was able to follow most of your investigation from the spectator area. One never thinks one could get caught up in such an awful thing as an assassination. But you have no proof that this person is injured, as you claim.
Hold it!
Would you like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury?
I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some.
Ugh. I still don't understand how you know who I am.
Come on, Miss Edgeworth, you're famous. You probably read about you in the newspaper. I have also been observing you in your work, lest you forget.
I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter.
My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right.
Hold it!
That looks like quite a serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly?
Oh, not long.
That's all you're going to say on the subject?
Well, it certainly made serving ice cream more difficult, and stopped me from holding my umbrella while I work. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required.
Hold it!
And yet, you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting?
It did indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers.
That was less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me you lost your umbrella in that short of a span of time?
Yes, that is exactly why I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size.
That's entirely possible, I suppose.
I had my umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Edgeworth. That is a fact. And then you lost that umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess it's just one of those things.
I suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things too?
Well, it kinda is, no?
The assassin's left arm is injured. As is Mr. Doe's. Why is he even bleeding as we speak?
You're right. That is pretty suspicious.
Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. I should press RB to open my organizer and look over all the evidence again.
Hold it!
Looking at all my evidence. The right sleeve is inside out, and you can clearly see where the button was turned off. Yes, whoever discarded this raincoat did so in quite a hurry. Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There's blood here. It must belong to the owner of the coat.
It's a bright red raincoat, sir. Red as red can be. The sight of it is getting me kind of fired up, I gotta say.
Quite the enraging bull, aren't you, Detective?
That's me, sir. I'm always ready to charge into action.
Yes, or to my defense. Oh wait, okay, this is it.
Objection!
You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance.
I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The code does not belong to me. Or, do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation?
Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again.
I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience.
You have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway.
What exactly are you insinuating?
As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I can prove that the person was you, with this decisive piece of evidence. You see, Mr. Doe, there is a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin.
Attempted murder of a foreign leader? Causing a diplomatic incident? They'll throw the book at you!
You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the raincoat, and that will be that. You have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zane-Fa.
I am not your assassin.
You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play.
Very well. You have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed! Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I am aware, that is not a crime.
Ghost Deposition Part 2.
I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth?
As if! Your story stinks! You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know? Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin, and they're wearing a red raincoat.
Intriguing, but that is not me.
Oh, come on!
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today?
I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself? Rebuttal.
I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller.
Hold it!
A simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least.
But of course, ask me anything you wish. Ugh, I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the most important thing about making ice cream is, of course?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart.
And what does virtue have to do with anything?
Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. There, I hope that you now see. I am nothing more than an ice cream seller. One who happens to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella?
Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind.
Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it.
Better that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve, after all.
And why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place?
Forgive me. I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day, after all.
Eventful?
Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zane-Fa was shot at. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots?
Yes. If I recall correctly, they moved first. At least, the one on the left did.
You're rather observant, Mr. Doe.
I am blessed with keen eyes.
The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And and the one on the left was Rook.
That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking.
I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony if you don't mind.
As you wish. The bodyguard on the left, Bastion Rook was it, was especially quick to respond.
Hold it!
So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move?
By the smallest fraction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastion Rook, did you say?
It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely.
No more so than anybody else, I'm sure.
He's good. He didn't even flinch.
That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives.
Hold it!
So you yourself didn't start running and screaming?
I was hardly in a position to.
Oh yeah? And what position were you in?
One of extreme pain. Something bumped right into my wounded arm. Hard. It was excruciating. I thought my eyes would pop out of my head.
Yeah? Well, they clearly didn't.
Of course they didn't, Kay.
In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that. And yet, Mr. John Doe here swears it wasn't him.
That guy's lying through his teeth, I tell you. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Not on my watch.
Calm down, detective. We will get the truth out of him by catching him in a lie. Yeah, so let's keep at him. He'll let something slip soon enough.
I am no assassin. Oh, I already read that.
Objection!
As I suspected, you're more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh? Then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names.
What? You jest, you Shirley. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it?
Objection!
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. So look closely, only their surnames appear. Yet we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me.
Well, how did you know? Explain yourself.
It was merely a slip of the tongue.
Another lie! He is the assassin, just like we said.
Calm down, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes. And the reason for that is...
Well?
I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted.
What?
We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying! I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook. Yes.
Objection!
And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that? It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct?
Please, you are more than welcome to ask him. Although I think that might be difficult right now.
I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety.
But suppose you are able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How would that help you prove I was the shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat?
Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester?
Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already.
You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not.
No! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Talk seems here, as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know.
What you know? What's his angle here?
I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood.
What?
Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. as did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head.
He's claiming there was another red-hooded person? Preposterous.
I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally, I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? How very convenient.
I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never believe me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor.
Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting.
No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there.
Huh? Me?
Yes, the photograph will prove it, I am sure. You see, right there, in front of the person with the red hood.
That's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying? What's his endgame here?
As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange.
Strange? What exactly?
Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this.
I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there?
Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here.
What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in the picture? I don't know. What is it? Are they using the right hand? It could be that they're using the right hand.
Take that!
If I'm honest, I'm not entirely sure why, but I think the conflicting piece of evidence is this. Mr. Edgeworth? Are you sure you really want to go around presenting stuff even if you're not sure?
I don't know if this is such a good idea, sir.
Fine. I will withdraw the evidence.
I think it's a little too late for that, don't you?
No! It's never too late. This picture shows Mr. Payne, the chief prosecutor, and our suspect in the red coat. The president is in the middle of his speech here. I need to think carefully especially about this moment in time. I don't know.
Take that!
Okay, that wasn't it either.
Take that!
Ah, of course! The tape, it contradicts the photograph.
Ah, so you haven't noticed at last.
What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. Huh? But who?
Who indeed?
The person who is missing from this photograph is...
Take that!
Huh?
Miss Lloyd?
How do you figure that? Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor. Oh, there was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. He must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. You're right! But she's not in the picture!
Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person?
Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Whoa, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure. Knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. Miss Lloyd's testimony. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Nah, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in the one spot, and the tape's from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it. Happy wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean...
that she's our perp.
Well, y'all quit messing with me, as if I could have done a thing like that. Little old me. I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. It does. I thought it was pretty good. Since I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction. Rebuttal. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time.
Hold it!
Why would you be moving around if your main aim was to record the president's speech? What now? How do you mean? Surely the speech would have been best recorded from a single consistent position. Well, see, that is, oh yeah! Ambiance. That's what I was looking for. Gotta capture the ambiance. Can't put that electric atmosphere down in front if I don't have a bunch of it on tape for inspiration. Surely all you achieved was to fill this tape with unwanted background noise. Y'all are questioning my methods now? I don't do standing still, alright? Now I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd.
Hold it!
You were running all over? Where exactly? Here, there, and everywhere, I guess. What, y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and went in a crowd like that? What do you all want from me? I'd like you to at least tell us whether you were to the left or to the right of the stage. Left? Yeah, left, I think. The suspect in the picture was on the left-hand side, too. Coincidence? Yes, the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the taste from when I was in another.
Hold it!
The fact that you are not in the picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us? It surely is. I caught your pal, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd. And then that picture was snapped while I was off someplace else. Look at it that way, and it all makes perfect sense. Your assertion, then, is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech? Yep. Time is everything. You weren't asking enough in this line of work. So if I can prove that the two things did happen at the same time, her entire defense will come tumbling down. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
Hold it!
Evil eye? Are you suggesting that I might be attempting to intimidate a witness? No, I'm just suggesting that you line up a little. Frown that way for too long, it'll stick. Ain't nothing so bad that a little smile can't make better. What one should say, Ruffles? I am investigating the shooting of a president, Miss Lloyd. A smile is highly unlikely to help with that. To proclaim the prosecutor all the while beaming from ear to ear. Paragraph ends. Perhaps what I ought to do is to play my evil eye on her next time. I just can't get a read on her, but I don't feel like she's hiding anything super bad either. I agree that she doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned, but who knows if that means something much worse is lying just underneath. Regardless, we must put aside our immediate impressions. Her actions are on the record, and I have proof that contradicts her testimony. Ad starts in 1 minute. This one's tough.
Objection!
Yes, I picked the wrong piece of evidence. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
Objection!
Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? You're dang right it is, and I don't lie. And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. What? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording?
Take that!
Here, look closely. This is the answer to all our questions. I don't rightly know that it is. Here, right here. Look again. It's faint, but it's there. Is it all a speck of dust, or maybe? Happens all the time. Amateurs don't think to wipe the lens. One, I'm thinking they caught a ghost on camera. You, into that kind of thing, Ruffles? Gurk. That's not what I meant at all. I should listen to Miss Lloyd's tape again. The recording was made right when the photograph was taken, I'm sure of it. I just need to point out the part of the picture that proves it. Okay, it wasn't that.
Take that!
Okay, it wasn't that either.
Take that!
See here? The president has his fist raised. And, what about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? It ain't nothing that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? Ugh, you don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles? Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president stretched his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
There! That's the moment right there!
Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means, Abby should be in the picture too. And she is, right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood. What?
So you're a shooter, huh?
No, I don't even own a jacket like that. That's right, from everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... We have already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happens to have a red hood.
So there were two people with red hoods all along?
Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true. Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. Huh? This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's red! That's right, and when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible.
What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal?
Oh, wait, I never even wore it that way around. Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves. And y'all gonna confirm that how exactly? It was raining right up until the president's speech, right? Correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said, heck, I don't use neither. Some rain, sleet, snow, or shine into my trusty parka every time. If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry. Well, wait a sec now. I got this big old backpack on, see? So, I can't take off my jacket. Yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time?
You think an excuse that weak is gonna wash in Mr. Edgeworth?
Aw.
Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us.
It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I never. If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? Sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear?
Hold your horses. It's a little soon for the end game. That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move.
That's one of the men from Kay's photograph.
Guess I'd better introduce myself. Cool gun tricks, I guess. Oh, he's still going. You shouldn't be doing that! Trigger discipline, dude! You can't just aim a gun at someone with your finger on the trigger. That's unsafe! The name's Bronco Knights. I'm the president's personal bodyguard, and second in command of his security detail. Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you? Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Zhang Fa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got 2 tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours.
I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer.
Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that? Whatever, you're lost. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then.
So you play a little chess, I take it.
A fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit?
The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble.
Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. He didn't? That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady here. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table.
That is good news, huh, Tabby?
Yeah, because I've never... Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did, anyhow. Our boss. He put himself in the line of fire.
You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook?
Yeah, it's game over for him. No way! Rook is dead. A genuine loss.
So, you're saying that Tabby...
Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother in arms.
Heck no! I didn't do it! I didn't kill anybody! I could never!
I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Oh my god! Stop with the gun! Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling? It's a real shame. Castling? What does that mean?
It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with a king.
And why didn't he just say so?
Mr. Knight, was it?
Yeah? What?
We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions.
Sorry, no can do.
And why not?
That's the third piece of news, and it's the piece you're gonna like the least.
I thought you said there were only 2.
The National Police Force of Zhang Fa will be handling things from here.
What?
You better be kidding, pal!
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over.
You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatakaratsu case? The president mentioned you.
I'm honored to have warranted his attention.
Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you.
Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president?
But that was a mistake. A big one. You should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it out with President Wong. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is.
Ah!
You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane.
No. I never did nothing, I swear.
We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhang Fa, justice is served one way or the other.
He keeps pointing his gun at people! Stop! Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please! It's Lloyd. He was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case. I'm innocent. You gotta believe me. Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. To be continued? Oh. Eek! What?
Huh?
What the?
Get your filthy hands off of... Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. But it's you! Ah, so you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Just don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy.
Who are you really, Mr. Doe?
Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. This guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Sully the Killer.
The killer? There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed.
It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face.
You're the assassin we've been looking for?
In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Long.
I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless?
My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards.
You didn't bring a gun?
Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me?
I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case.
What? What are you up to, the killer? I would simply like a mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion.
Huh? But why?
That should work with a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Work's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using this investigation as an excuse to get close to the president. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard.
Are you?
And here I thought you were only second in command. Look that around, that means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
Of course I do. I'm the leader now, me.
That is indeed the case, and I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting?
You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth?
Come, let us continue the investigation.
What do we do, sir?
It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. I'll buy us some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane, and make absolutely certain that there is no way he can escape.
Yes, sir, you got it.
Now it's to be continued. Yeah, let's save progress now. With the death of Bastion Rook, and the revelation that Shelley the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. March 25th, 4:15 p.m. Demfa Presidential Plane.
No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Ha! Sorry to disappoint, but you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body.
Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. There's nothing else for it. Hey Faraday, great thief extraordinaire, we'll just have to take it from here.
Oh really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me?
Nope. I thought not. But I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get to scouring this crime scene from top to bottom. It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup. So I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. Begin investigation. Someone has left an inflatable boat and an oar here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time. Wait, but there's only one oar! You can still row with one oar, you know? The gas mask. In case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times. Wow, gas masks! I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course. Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume? No, from the Jammin' Ninja. You know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns. And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two. A riot shield, and next to it a canary in a cage. Aw, she's so sweet! I want one! Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime? Partner in crime? Well, yeah, she could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? It's a solid circular life preserver, designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Or rather, the sea to be more precise. Ooh, the sea! I love the sea! We should go sometime! Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me. Don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun. We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff. Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it? Documents of some kind. You can always steal a glance? Another security plan. March 19th. Also covered in case amphibious assault? The president's safety is paramount. Spectator area should be covered at all times. Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can! Precisely. Wait, something feels off. You mean amphibious attack, maybe? Aw, man, it wasn't that.
Eureka!
Damn it. Got it wrong again. That looks heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special. Yeah, to protect him from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Oh, so that's what one of those things looks like. Why didn't you just say so? I feel silly. These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too? Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor! It is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is human and therefore possesses only 2 hands. 20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection. A curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. And look! There's a big lever right by its butt. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear. I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trap door. I strongly advise you not to pull it. If you do so, you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. It's a file with a copy of the security plan sticking out of it. It looks a lot like the one we found in the trash can. There's a wide selection of protective equipment here. Bulletproof vests, hazmat gear. No way, there's even a spacesuit! I get the sense that the president thinks he's very much in need of protection at all costs. But what if he was in a gunfight and there was a poison gas everywhere? And he was in space? What would he do then, huh? Then he'd simply put on the bulletproof vest, the hazmat gear, and the spacesuit. That's probably easier said than done. It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary. This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room. They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res. Oh, I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usual deeply etched lines, you know, on your forehead. If you've quite finished. That's the outside of the plane. Most intruders could not hope to approach without being spotted. Such measures would be mere child's play in my case. Wow, you're saying you can get past cameras like these without being seen? Of course, with ease. You have to teach me how, please! You taking on apprentices by any chance? Hey, you do realize who you're talking to, don't you? Sorry. I have to ask though, what a great skill for a great thief to know. Unfortunately for you, I am not the type to take on understudies. You're not, huh? Shame. Shame? In what way exactly? What on earth is this? Oh, that's? Oh, that is the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch it. But if that's the case, then why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Now that is pretty weird. It certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. Mr. Bastion Rook, bodyguard to the president of Jingfa. He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started, which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. At least he'll get posthumously promoted? Hey, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. It was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something, huh? The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was too late. Too little too late. The victim was also carrying a revolver. It looks like he was trying to use it. He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there. And no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Jingfa too? Yep, sure was. Oh, sure was. We're always issued with the same model gun. It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There were some encased photographs too. Looks like Rook and Knives each had one. Oh hey, that's the photo I snatched! You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? I take it snatch is your new favorite word. Maybe? bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life. But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How's that possible? How indeed? The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation. There is? After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1. No way!
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
And he wasn't injured at all by the impact? Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage.
Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff.
Sounds like he didn't even need a vest.
Let's not get carried away here.
I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort. You can tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away!
Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
What? But I was all set for some analyzing.
Oh, those don't go together. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Things are progressing well, I hope.
There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine.
Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds.
Yes, I know.
Indeed you do. So please, do take care not to double-cross me, accidentally or otherwise.
I really have no choice but to do as he says for now.
You believe I led an assassin onto the president's plane? You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that. I know what you really want. You do indeed, because you heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death.
But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone?
You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of.
Fine, I'll get back to the investigation.
Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I bag scoops, not souls. But then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? I just knew y'all would think it was fishy. Is that really all it was? Please, you gotta believe me. I could never do something like this. I'd like to tell you everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another. Thanks, Chief. I believe in you. How many times must I tell you I am not your chief? Oh, sorry, Ruffles. I forgot you were chief number 2. That's not what I meant. Did I already try the photographs?
Eureka!
Yeah, I did already. Is it this? Whoops. This is for March 19th.
Eureka!
Okay, it wasn't that either. Maybe it needs to be on top of the 19th? It's the same rough diagram of the stage area. Yeah, like the other security plan we found. One from earlier, you mean? Something's different, I'm sure of it. What could it mean? Time to put my powers of deduction to work.
Eureka!
Okay, wasn't that?
Eureka!
Come on.
Eureka!
The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Huh? Oh, you're right!
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders.
Why the urgency?
Because of what happened the day before, the killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too.
And where were you while this was happening?
You were the first one I overpowered, were you not?
Ooh, that's embarrassing!
Shut up, kid.
Ah, now I get it.
Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. But it's you! Busted up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention. I'm just as good as he ever was. You are a pawn to his queen, my young friends. What the heck do you know?
So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard?
Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me.
So that's the connection he was talking about.
And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people, me and Rook.
How does that explain your change of position? Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side.
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. It only covered the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right of the side of the stage.
Okay, those things don't go together either. Anything else in here? I can talk to Kay. So, there were two red-hooded assassins? Well, I don't know if we can say that with any certainty just yet. But Mr. the Killer is a professional assassin, right? And Tabby was pointing a laser sight at the president. I give up. This one's a real mind-bender. If the truth cannot be discerned, it is because something is obscuring it. Oh, I gotcha. So if we can swipe that something, the next treasure we bag will be the truth. Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. I've been studying up on how to investigate like a pro, you know? Have you really? That's good to hear. Yeah, so basically you examine stuff and that helps you figure out what evidence and information to bag. Then you connect some of that info you picked up, present some evidence you've pocketed, and poof, suddenly you're making off with the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Well, can't say I haven't been putting the work in, can you? I applaud the effort, Kay. I can't believe a real-life assassin is asking us to investigate a real-life crime. Indeed. What is his game? Either way, all we can do now is push on ahead. Let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth, from Mr. Rook. It's hard work being somebody's trusted sidekick. I don't remember ever asking you to be one. And how come you get to do all the detective diving? How come you get to do all the detective diving and I have all the fun? It's not fair. I don't remember becoming a detective either. But you've got the brains for it. All you're missing is a pipe in your hand. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about anymore. Are you kidding? We're talking about how to be the perfect sidekick. Maybe I should keep a database where I can store all the vital information we find. But then I'd just be doubling up on what you already do, huh?
I should never have bothered asking. I don't believe there is any more to be found here. Yeah, but the thing isn't, thing isn't cleared yet.
It's a trapdoor connected to the lever on that curious figure. If someone were to open it, everyone would fall through. Mr. Rook? This is a killer?
Don't even think about it.
I wasn't. I mean, I wouldn't dream of thinking of ways to take you down.
Might I suggest you keep your monologues internal? Okay, that was it.
The president's on the other side of this door. And what a door it is! But I could get the better of it, though.
Get the better of it? Doors aren't there to be beaten.
But look how heavy it is! Look at that lock. It's just sitting there begging me to try it.
Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked?
For me to open it, of course.
Precisely, for you to open it, of course. Wait, what is the right answer anyway? Those don't go together either. I'm totally gonna get this wrong. I think I'll just look up the answer. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. You really think that's the key to cracking this case? It may not seem it, Mr. Knight, but Mr. Edgeworth has his methods. His reasons for presenting such an item are myriad, I'm sure.
Yes, precisely. I won't get away with that too many times.
I bet not even Rook saw it coming. And who could blame him? Not like that getting killed by some minor league hack. Quiet, please. You, grr. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, continue with your investigation.
Right. What is he hoping to achieve here?
This single piece of evidence was all it took for you to track me down. You really are as good as they say.
I still don't get why you hid it under the samurai dog stand.
As I said, I did not wish to be mistaken for the shooter. A shooter you identified by means of a different jacket entirely. Or do you doubt your own logical conclusions?
I have to admit, there are no lies to be detected in his words.
Such a frightfully blunt instrument. No knowledge or skill required. The use of such a tool speaks to a fundamental lack of reverence for the craft, wouldn't you say?
You're telling me there's a level of reverence involved when choosing a murder weapon?
Indeed I am, Mr. Edgeworth. You wouldn't agree.
A weapon is a weapon. Well, I totally agree, and so does he. Now say sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. What is there even to apologize for?
Huh? Where did you get that?
This is today's security plan for the president's speech, correct?
Yeah, that's right. There's me and there's Rook. Should have been me standing there, not him.
I can't help but feel that he has some unresolved issues when it comes to Mr. Rook.
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would like to talk business, we can do so later in private.
What's that supposed to mean?
I must admit I have never seen one of these up close. It's akin to a license, correct? I, too.
No way! You have a license to kill?
No, but if I must spill it out for you.
Nope, all good, thanks. You can keep that little nugget of truth locked up nice and tight in your heart, okay?
So even a great thief's bravado quickly crumbles in the face of an assassin.
Damn, I got it wrong. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, those two go together. The two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Jing Fa. The bodyguards all got their guns from Jing Fa authorities, right? Yes. Are they like super rare or anything? No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either. Oh, and here I thought they might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. Whoa! I just mentioned treasures and he actually responded for once! I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose. Ha! See? Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation. You could say that. Alright then, it's treasure hunting time! On with the investigation! He certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden.
That's quite enough investigating for now.
What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case?
No, not yet.
Is that so? And perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you do so.
Another witness? Who? You don't mean...
The most important witness of all, the man on the other side of that door.
He really intends to have me question the president?
Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Grr. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this! Let's all just calm down, alright? Come on, detective, where the blazes are you?
Eek! The light! What's happening?
Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! No!
Hey! You won't get away with this, the killer!
I have seen enough. And now I know the truth.
Where are you? Where did you go? Ah!
I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Worth. Sir, Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe? Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
March 25th, 4:45 p.m. Jim Fobb Presidential Plane. I must have been knocked out unconscious.
Sir, you okay? Are you alright, Miss Edgeworth?
Oh, whoops, that was Kay. Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer?
Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, he told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something, too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake.
What about the cordon around the park?
I'd called everybody back in to stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water.
No! These completely slipped through our fingers?
Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth.
Mr. Knight, you're alive.
Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
A calling card, marked with a seashell.
Guess he wanted to leave a message.
The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. Can you check that out? Oh, I can't rotate it. Okay.
But you're not dead, sir.
But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. I can't stop thinking about his parting words.
I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
And now I know the truth. The truth about what?
Roger that. All clear out here, sir. Over.
What's going on?
That was the president. He's coming out.
Now?
He's so muscular. It's amazing. That's a lot of muscle. Save some for other people, you know?
So he's the president of Zhang Fa, Mr. Dijun Wang.
And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhang Fa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis.
You must be referring to the Yatakarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder.
You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away.
That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through his security feed.
Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes.
What do you mean?
Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. And from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zhangfa's police force, the finest in the world.
Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case?
What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have...
Detective! Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zhangfa's jurisdiction.
You fail to see? Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no! 1,000 times no! I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Miss Edgeworth.
This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us?
Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. To make an attempt on my life? To murder one of my faithful servants? The effrontery! The villainy!
I didn't murder nobody.
Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no. 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you.
He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do. Think, Miles. Remember, how many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses, encountered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end, with your greatest weapon of all, your words. Now, let us analyze the state of play.
Be gone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of a president?
He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attacks easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he is insisting on Zhangfa taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. Mind test commence. Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case?
Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering! I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern.
If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Please, about the case.
Did I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no. I am the leader of Zhangfa. I have no time for your insolent backchat.
I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You said that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force?
I do. Now enough of your pointless questions.
You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into.
Worthless, meaningless bluster. Some pathetic Floyd's by time, perhaps?
Maybe it was a little pathetic to chime in like that here. I can't let him bully me onto the back foot. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find an opening. Ad starts in 1 minute.
Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhangfa. You have no rights here.
That's so. Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case?
Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering! I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, they are none of your concern.
Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location.
You smarmy smart at it, Alec.
As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhengfa. Okay, I'll be right back. I need more water. Okay, we're back. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhengfa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct?
Enough! Cease your objectionable whining.
You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated.
You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true! Extraterritoriality applies! Your laws mean nothing here! And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you're powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here.
Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. Surely you see that you have overplayed your hand.
Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. You dare tell me how to govern? How to lead? You dare contradict me?
On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do.
No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate.
You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into.
Worthless, meaningless bluster.
Damn, not wrong.
Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There's no other viable suspect.
Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane? This could be a vital clue. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it?
Do you even understand what you are asking?
Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it.
Have you no shame? Calling into question the good word of someone such as myself? I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be safe from your own foolishness.
You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime.
Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Jingfa!
Time to deploy my clue. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality cannot possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified.
Ah! How could I? Bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president! The president!
Checkmate. Mind test checkmate. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President.
I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, but without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby... There can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty in our hearts. People of Jingfa, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue.
All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me? Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence...
Take it.
Case evidence retrieved from Mr. Knight. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth! We sure did. And now the investigation can continue.
Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play.
Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you would be so kind.
What is it?
Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself?
Now you want me to testify? Whoa, whoa. That's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court.
All in good time, Mr. Knight. You'll get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so.
That's...
What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know?
Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen, and listen well.
President Wong's testimony.
Where was I when the incident occurred? This stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public.
A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. The bottle.
Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course.
Hold it!
And how would you describe the incident exactly?
Oh, you naive little man. Do you really think your silly, simple question will shake me? I was involved in a craven attempt to silence me with cold steel. And while I was speaking to my adoring public, no less. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me.
Hold it!
When they stepped in to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted?
Was I aware of the... No! I was aware of my audience. Nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture. A place beyond words.
Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. I bet you were like a deer in headlights.
No, 1,000 times no. I remember every second. Each moment is indelibly etched in my memory. When Rook and Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback. Then bang! A shot rang out and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby.
Hold it!
About that red balloon.
Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor?
No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember.
Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hue stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would.
The same security plan we found in the trash can, I assume.
Rook and Knight leapt to my aid just before the balloon exploded. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane.
Hold it!
You said they tried to escort you back onto the plane?
Yes, that is exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases.
That must be the moment Kate captured on camera.
And immediately moved to help me back onto the aircraft. And then, the second shot.
Hold it!
Do you know where that second bullet went?
Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary? Or do you really think such needling questions necessary?
Whoa, what's he so upset about?
Must you insist on going over the same details again and again? Even my patience has its limits. You know full well where it went. The bullet went right through Rook and it lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
Hold it!
If I may ask, what was the victim like in that moment?
He was a man amongst men, a real hero. The mere impact of the bullet took my breath away, and yet he had the strength to grab me and rush me back inside the presidential plane.
So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct?
Yes, he offered his noble protection, and I gladly accepted it. All was as it should be. That sounds nice and all, but doesn't that just mean he's always the first to make his escape?
He's a president detective. It's basically in his job description to do so. Nothing he's saying seems too off base.
Guy's the victim here. Wouldn't make much sense for him to lie to us, you know? Guess we gotta assume he's telling the...
No, one of the things he said is clearly wrong. Let's get back to the scene of the crime. Huh? Did we miss something? Alright, let me see that evidence again. I might as well take another look myself.
Objection!
Oh, it wasn't that, huh?
Objection!
You say it was a plain red balloon that burst, but I strongly beg to differ.
What?
Take a look at this. I think you'd agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you?
No! What? Who was that?
Huh, Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him, especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja too. He's amazing. You see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai.
But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, right on the security plan.
They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons.
Right. What is the meaning of it? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Yes, they only reported the incident to its bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow.
So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement?
Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said.
A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. Huh.
They filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon.
So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that the long and short of it?
Knight, why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue.
And indeed, you saw it and knew no difference, correct?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did you really have mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain old red balloon? No, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon.
Of course!
Well, what's that outburst for?
Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon.
You couldn't see it?
That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the sides of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view.
That's so.
Yes, those 2 flags. They were being blown back towards me.
There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction.
It has?
Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Which piece of evidence contradicts the stated conditions of the stage at the time of the incident?
Take that!
Earlier, we deduced that the bullet that struck the Steel Samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these 2 things, we further deduced the trajectory that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing as the President described, our conclusion becomes quite different. No, wait! If the flags were pointed in the other direction... Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one that fired the shot? Chili the killer?
Take that!
Following the path of the bullet back to its point of origin leads us to this person here.
Intriguing, so the weapon in question was not a gun, but a boomerang. Yeah, only a boomerang could have traced a path like that. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, would you care to show me this wicked weapon? He would if he knew where to find one first.
I don't need to overcomplicate this. I simply need to trace the bullet's path. And whoever's at the end of it is the person I'm looking for.
Take that!
Okay, it wasn't Savage.
Take that!
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight.
What?
The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing.
But the guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? And Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edward, we put up with a lot from you, but this? We're President Wong's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edward, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flag during that crucial moment.
The first shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show us what was happening with the flag then, too.
Take that!
I have your proof, right? I can't quite bring myself to show it to him. What do you think, Kay? Oh, that thing? Right there? This? Oh, no, I just wanted to see how it felt in the hand. You can't just say you got it wrong, you know. I suppose I should take another look. The first shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist.
Take that!
Your proof is in this picture right here.
This should be good. Which picture? Where?
You can see which way the flag was really blowing, right here.
Take that!
Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting.
Well, that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon.
Making him the assassin?
Mr. Knight?
Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss.
Yeah. Besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next.
There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case. Why did Knight's assigned position change?
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right, but only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
But is that the only reason? Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained posted on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloons closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders.
That's right, the president was the one who ordered the change. If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There's only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt. What?
Huh? Idiot. You do understand what you're saying.
Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden.
How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke?
Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit. So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest? I'm willing to bet that the bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred.
No.
So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all.
That's not true. I was shot, I tell you.
We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullets. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Work's blood on it, correct?
But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in a photograph. The person with the red hood.
Objection!
I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. Then where does Tabby fit into all this? She was simply part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspicious person with the red hood. Oh, that was Kay. I've yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme. But I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president. That's right, then I was... As for turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air.
But then the case would have gone cold.
Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case. Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. Why is he so flaccid now?
No, arg!
The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it, the entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it?
Arg! If that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you, arg! How could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight!
Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now.
Okay? Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king.
Ah, some cool tricks again, huh?
So go ahead, keep running your mouth.
Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't. Would he?
Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands?
An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions.
A certain something, huh? Mighty specific.
What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd?
Take that!
My attaché case?
Yes, take a look at case photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. In such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Maybe you don't seem to have noticed.
Notice what?
That the theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hit my gun with my attaché case. We chased the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation, circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You gotta go dredge it up?
I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete.
I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth.
Miss Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk.
What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist?
Never mind.
That's what I thought.
Miss Lloyd! I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You're a journalist, after all, are you not? Dang it. Can't stay quiet any longer.
Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I think carefully before opening that mouth of yours.
I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Miss Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before.
What is it?
It's the laser pointer I used on the president. That's all I done. I never shot nobody.
You stupid. I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice.
It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Jim Farr's embassy sniffing out a store like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. But what about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that pointer at the president. I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry, truly I am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham.
What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you?
My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case that you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet, So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder. Or something like that.
Of all the dirty... I said no such thing.
President Wong?
Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice.
So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt.
I do. I'm sorry.
But why? Why do something like that?
My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies. All of it.
And the bullet in the vest?
It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today.
But then, what was up with the killer?
Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination attempt into a real one.
Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the fake assassin to finish the job.
There is one thing I don't understand, though.
Oh, and what would that be?
Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real?
That's true, and therein lies the real question.
He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhang Fa, but he was someone I could fully trust.
Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too then, correct?
He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused.
And you would have done well to listen to him.
This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted. What was so great about him anyway?
What's gotten into him?
He was just another piece on the board there to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? While that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most. I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. You're all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you? Why? My plan this time was perfect, as they always are and as they always will be.
That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure.
Yeah, no thanks to you and that buffoon Brooke.
And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault?
If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me, and I wouldn't have had to let you on this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted.
But did he die protecting the president? Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake.
Oh, come on. Do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second? That wasn't me.
Oh, really? Then who did fire it?
The real assassin, but not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there.
What?
Miss Floyd? Again with this? I'm not your dang assassin! But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can, it can only belong to you.
Nice gambit.
As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in his room, while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you?
The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king.
You want to try translate? You want to translate?
He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess?
But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed.
Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win.
Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, but this is where our battle really begins.
The battle. As soon as I shot the balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane.
Hold it!
The victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he?
Nope, and we kept him in the dark on the details.
So he really thought the president was in danger? Wait, he must have noticed that the shot came from right next to him.
Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. Even if he did know, it was a sham. He still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king.
And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second? Impressive.
He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so he had no choice but to go along with our little performance. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room.
Hold it!
Why do that? You and the president both knew the whole thing wasn't real.
But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane sipping grape juice like he didn't have a care in the world.
And what was the victim doing during all this?
Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway, when I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground.
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly?
Right where he is now, the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut, though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. And thanks to this little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I'd call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it?
An honorable try, which is more than what you'd give, I'd say.
Sorry, but that's just how it is. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases?
Yeah, opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering positions and used them to shield the president.
The bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield? Do you really believe Miss Floyd to be that skilled marks person?
No, she was aiming for the president. That makes her a lousy shot.
So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit, and the bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché cases and through the gap in his vest?
Seems crazy to me too, but the facts are the facts. It was a shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye, and the proof is in your hands. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
Hold it!
So the second shot had nothing to do with you?
Right. That one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the scoop she had bagged if it had hit its mark.
I'm a journalist, you hear? I don't make facts, I report them.
Yeah, a journalist who signed up to a fake assassination plan in the hopes of getting a story.
That's not...
Look, I'll admit it. I set the whole thing up. And your role was to aim that laser pointer at the president. It's not my fault that wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows, maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too?
So Mr. Knight's suggesting that he first fired one shot, and then Miss Lloyd fired one more. Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have gotten one from, but hey, his entire testimony is pure conjecture. You can't prove any of it. You're right, let's hit him with some cold hard, undeniable evidence.
Objection!
So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook? Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, what you proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. The gun for the trash can itself has also been fired twice. Now, why would that supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Somebody faked the evidence? Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. I get it. That's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh? Precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either.
Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. But why don't you get to the point? You've come this far, spit it out.
Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was...
Take that!
You, Mr. Knight. You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook.
Ooh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have.
It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. But the president locked away in the safe room and the door of the airplane tightly closed. It was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when a third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works?
Objection!
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside, not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. What, Mr. President?
I didn't hear anything.
You can observe this room through your security feed, can you not?
camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room.
And that's what you did this time too, right?
Well, that is...
What's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, Mr. President Wong?
Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears.
What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real?
Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and... Oh, it's just too much.
Oof, that there's sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish. Ahem. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wong was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on, which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect, and for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook.
Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl over there could have done it?
No, because this gun isn't a murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired.
Yeah? Well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start?
What?
Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. Then today, another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal. You know it. Maybe, but can you prove it's not true?
Not with any certainty, no.
There's nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for?
Ugh. There must be something, mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's...
Please, Ruffles. I messed up, I know I did. I should have never have done what I did, not even for a scoop. But a murder? Nah, that ain't me. And a murderous bone in my body.
Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can.
If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun.
If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from.
No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Objection!
Hold it right there.
What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof.
Of course I do.
This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours.
The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well, my conclusive evidence is... not currently in my possession.
Alright then, thanks for playing, folks, but that's game over.
However, it is here in this room.
What?
As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we could cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest.
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet?
I like it. A twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense.
Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up?
Take that!
There's something very clearly missing from this room.
Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense.
Take a look at the bank of security monitors.
Oh!
I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this plane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing.
Yeah.
And there was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President?
There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though.
It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go, and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So, where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would.
Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Brooke, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this! Brooke this, Brooke that! Don't you ever think about anybody else?
The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, I found the monitor.
Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullets.
Let's see. If I put my hand in here and just... Come on.
Got it! Well, would you look at that? Lead. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested, straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What, no pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullets for striations to compare them to the gun we found.
Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it.
There's so many characters in this room. Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say.
Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood in the bullet is indeed that of the victim,
Proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook.
Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun.
Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him.
Now for the key part, the striations.
If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear.
Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon.
What? But how could that be? No way! Oh, come on!
There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet.
How?
Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. So the only one backed into a corner here is you.
Nice counter.
There's no denying it. Forensics prove that the gun and the bullets are a match. The bullet that killed Brooke was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. You know who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Brooke. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth, but just remember two things. One, where you found that gun, and two, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter.
How did it come to this?
Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is.
There's no way Tabby did it. Is there?
Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth.
Rebuttal. There's no denying it. Forensics prove that the gun and the bullet are a match.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
What was it you said? That forensics would back you up? Drink! How does it feel to be shot in the chest for your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine.
The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kind of has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no? Even so, I simply cannot accept that.
But sir, there's no denying the evidence.
There isn't. What am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay? I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it? You're asking me to call the evidence into question? Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? If the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there.
You seem very sure about this.
Oh, my great thief intuition.
Intuition, huh?
No, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... As someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but... If I were to call a piece of evidence in question, it would have to be... If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun.
Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourself from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't really be the end of the line, can it? Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to...
Take that!
Could that have been... No, when would that person have swapped it? And why? This is the weapon that was used in the crime. It must have been switched. There's only one person who could have done so. Which means it must belong to...
Take that!
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area.
Hold it!
Mr. Knight?
Objection!
No, you hold it. You were the one who proved this. Or are you saying that forensics was wrong? The bullet had the victim's blood on it, which means it must be the one that took his life. And it does seem to have been fired from the gun we found in the trash can. Don't you just love this? Your face, Edgeworth, what a picture. Sure, of a man in dire straits, yes. Who spotted you? Let's just agree that the facts are what they are and move on. That gun fired the fatal bullet. So who pulled the trigger?
Hold it!
Yes, who indeed? Still can't bring yourself to admit the truth, huh? I get it. I was in your shoes just a few minutes ago. Burned me up on the inside, you know? Made me really want to shoot someone. Sorry, it's no laughing matter, I know. But we both know who really did shoot someone, don't we? It can't have been me. I was up on the stage, which leaves your little friend.
Hold it!
What proof is there that Miss Lloyd fired that gun? What proof? How about the forensics you ordered? They didn't find our prints though, did they? Yeah, the only print they found was yours, pal.
Objection!
From when I confiscated the evidence, probably. Anyway, say it wasn't this journalist. Who was it? Because it can't have been me. They're on investigation for the shooter in the spectator area, didn't it? Are you ready to admit it yet? All the evidence points in one direction. The hack killed Rook. He's a murderer, and you just proved it.
Hold it!
That's not what I proved at all. Oh yeah? So what did you prove? Still trying to make this about how I fired the first shot? Sure, you proved that, and I admitted it. But so what? You're forgetting that you're here to do one thing and one thing only. You got that right, to uncover the truth. And you think ruining your country's relationship with Zhang Fa is going to do that? No, your job is to solve an attempted assassination, nothing else. I'll decide what my job is, thank you very much. You don't get to tell me what to do. Oh sure, let the trail go cold while you flip your wig over who gets to say what to who. Or you could finally do the right thing and admit that your little friend is guilty. Never, you're the guilty one here. There's no doubt about it. The markings on the bullet are consistent with those left by the weapon from the trash can. But if Mr. Knight were to have tampered with the gun somehow, he could have only done it once I'd handed over the evidence, not a moment before. Is there not anything we could do, Mr. Edgeworth? There must be something. Our reasoning thus far has been sound, I'm sure of it. Which means we can overcome his defenses this time as well. Really? Even with the forensic results on his side? If a testimony is untruthful, there is always a contradiction to be found. Ah, it starts in 1 minute. Let's listen to what he has to say for himself one more time. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Objection!
Okay, that wasn't it.
Objection!
Damn. Wasn't that either. So confused.
Objection!
It wasn't that either.
Objection!
Okay, it wasn't that either.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the answer. Okay, it's the revolver on the fifth statement.
Objection!
Oh, wasn't that? Whoops. Oh, okay. Okay, it might be the gun on this one. Oh, whoops!
Objection!
I did not mean to do that.
Objection!
Oh, okay, second one maybe?
Objection!
Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings matched the weapon in question. It was yours all along. Intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And? You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on investigation, you took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on a bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. It's like a fidget spinner, this gun. I'm flattered, but much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? Nice counter, part 2. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. What proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities? You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except at the chessboard, that is. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up, I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up, they just got lucky with the evidence, will be your excuse, I'd imagine. Rebuttal. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence.
Hold it!
A coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? It can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun? It's probably something to do with its ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example. Exactly. The perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail, or don't know what you're doing. So coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way. And look, there's a laser set attached.
Hold it!
Because you swapped it on there. Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see.
Hold it!
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? This little girl here? Well now. Yes, we get it. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it?
But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, you'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. You didn't have the chance to put on any gloves though, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see? So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. Oh, it's the bullet.
Hold
the bullet's
it.
the last thing. Is the last thing. The
Objection!
proof is something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. We do so have proof, right, Miss Edgeworth? We won't be given the chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. If you've got the goods, it's now or never. How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns? Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is proof of a kind. Because otherwise, the striations shouldn't line up like they do, right, sir? Right. We must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. The truth is in there somewhere. Okay, there must be a fingerprint on the bullet.
Objection!
Damn it. I thought for sure there would be a fingerprint on the bullet.
Objection!
Okay, it was the gun instead. Not the bullet. I have your proof right here. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence the gun will provide takes the form of fingerprints, namely your fingerprints, Mr. Knight.
Objection!
My prints? Ha! Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there?
Objection!
What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There is a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Here, look closely at the cylinder, detective.
2 bullets fired, but where are the prints we're looking for, sir?
You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. Because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different.
There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found.
Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? You know that he fired 2 bullets in the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus a few odd ones he let loose in shots during our little game. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report?
Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight.
Skinner! That's...
And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin.
I didn't...
Checkmate.
Sir! I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless.
Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet.
I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom.
But it's not fair! It's not fair!
March 25th, 5:12 p.m. Ford Lake, Lakeside, stage.
Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the wings of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that.
He's suddenly very presidential again now that we're back outside the plane.
I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it, not Rook? Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life.
Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with.
You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played, and I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I'll be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Jingfa. You will always be welcome.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Miss Floyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you are a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. I know, and I'm awful sorry about everything, truly I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. For sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum, earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, out in the field to solve such an important case. You must be over the moon. It certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment. Hey, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun. That's what I should be. This case is not over yet.
It isn't? How come, sir?
Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over.
Take that!
The killer's calling card? Mr. the Killer has yet to complete his assignment.
You mean he might still try to murder the president?
I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. The end. Great first episode. The captive Turnabout is next. Okay, wow, that was 4.5 hours long. I thought the first case would be a lot shorter, but it wasn't. Okay. Let's just rate Sakyu. He's playing Disco Elysium. I'll be back tomorrow for Hollow Knight Silk Song. Goodbye, everybody.